Alright. I'll test if this still works out. So what I've done, just to quickly explain so I don't spend too much time on it, I've switched on my phone back over to the Twitch app rather than I was using the Streamlabs chat app. The reason I stopped using the Twitch app in the first place is that it would randomly just kind of disconnect me from the chat, and I, couldn't see anybody say anything. So it defeated the purpose of having the app. So I'm going to give it another try today. If it ends up to where it disconnects me again, then I will switch back and give up on the Twitch app. But I'm hoping... Oh, and my webcam's gone janky. But I'm hoping that that's going to be a non-issue. And that... Ooh. That's better. Yep. Don't know why it does that in the first place, but... Here we are. Close. Oh, and it no longer sees... Oh. Never mind. Ignore me, I guess. Sees it now. Well, I'm covering the little... whatever, it'll be fine. Hang on. I think I need to turn up the volume just a little bit. How's that? That's just all background music, isn't it? Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Hang on. I'll leave it there, and I'll figure it out from there. How about that? It's an easy alt-tab on this game, so it's not like I need to worry too super much. The end is never... Is that what it always said? I seem to remember it saying something different.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Cool.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on
I loved this game, by the way.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, I love this intro. Actually, let's take a look around the room, see what I can see. To give you a quick rundown of what I know about the game. I played the old one that was like a mod of Half-Life or something. I can't really remember. And then I watched somebody play the Stanley Parable when it came out. And then I saw this come out, and you better bet I was playing this one. Now I think I know of a few endings. Isn't there one? Yeah.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, I'm staying here.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
I can stand.
He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Exactly.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Well, actually, there's a clock, so there's a
Eventually,
way.
someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay. I love it. All right. Let's see. What endings do I remember?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, hang on.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, and isn't there a way to, like, hold on. Isn't there a way to get on top of, out the window or something? Wait, is this the, hang on.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
I remember this.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Living life.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Good news is you can interact with this door much faster.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want
It's used to you have to wait for the door to
It has to be a
jiggle.
true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I don't know where 417 is. But yeah, okay. Nice. I'm not 2417 yet. Pretty sure there's a thing with, like, shutting off computers, right? Oh, okay. Graphical glitch. I'm so smart.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
That's back where I came from, isn't it? No. Oh.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere.
Fantastic.
Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
4. Hold on.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay. This is not the... Okay. Wrong painting, I think.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Oh, I love this game.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Ooh.
Yes! This is great!
Fantastic.
You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
This one.
We've almost got it!
Fantastic.
Now the copy machine, do that one again!
He sounds so excited. Hang on. Okay.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Oh,
Just
man.
think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Hang on. There has to be a way to get up, right? Because this is the window one, right? It's been a little while. I'll freely admit, but it. Oh, gaming. Oh, gaming.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Such a good gamer.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Yes.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
No.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
A little dark.
Okay, I'm
By
over
dark, I
now.
mean bright.
What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah. How do I? Oh, I can say yes or no. Let's go no.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact,
I love this
I'm
game,
just
man.
going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Wait, really? So, I have to restart. It is a very good game. Agree. But I've never played this one. I've played the original.
All of his co-workers were gone.
But I've never played
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
the Ultra
Perhaps
Deluxe
he had simply missed
sequel,
the memo.
where all the endings
No
are the
matter how
same,
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't
but there's
find a
extra.
trace
Hang
of
on, I'm
his
gonna go up
co-workers.
again, and I want to see the. Okay, game froze. That was random. I'm gonna go up again. I want to see the other option.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until
no.
he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Yes.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure
No.
and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
So it is a very fun
So,
game.
Now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun
Oh, you've never
unique
played the
place to
original.
be?
It's
Why
good
don't
as
we
hell.
Take a minute just to drink it all in.
To be precise, when I mean the original, I mean the original that was like a
What do you
Half-Life
think? Are you
map.
sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
But I want you to
Any
do
of
it.
these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
It's not that bad.
There once was a man named Stanley who people considered so
But by original, do you mean the Half-Life
But the
mod, or
truth
do you mean
must
the
be
original
told,
Stanley
he was
Parable
not very
that was on
dull
Steam?
and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton.
Okay.
He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
He's not bad. Assuming he is the one even playing. I don't know, he's meaning to make it miserable. I like the music. Oh, you're talking about the original Steam release. See, when I say original, I mean like the one that was just a Half-Life mod. The serious ending doesn't work if you know about that ending. I know about every ending from the original Stanley Parable. You'll have to remind me what the ending is for me to know. Like you'll have to remind me what happens for me to know whether or not for me to know what you mean by serious ending, I mean, but I did do every ending. Serious ending. I know about a lot of endings. I can't remember what the serious ending was. I feel like this loops. Oh, the console. Oh. Aha. Oh, what are you? So I outlasted you, but you're not gonna give it to me? You're not gonna give me new stuff? And bummer.
All of his co-workers were gone.
All right, so I did the window.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is that a bop? All right, so I did that monitor. Oh. Booyah, booyah. All right. It's 2 out of 5. No, that's not the painting, is it? Oh, bro. No, that's not it. This one? No. Hold on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What do you think, Ryuk? Oh, it's running on Unity rather than Source. That makes a lot of sense. What do you think? Should I listen to him or should I disobey? I'm gonna do both. But I'm curious what you want me to do first. My favorite one is the one that has Minecraft in it. I can't remember exactly how to get to that one, but that is one of my favorite endings. Actually, can't I? No. Oh, man. So that's not an ending? I could have sworn there was an ending where I just closed the doors. No? All right. Disobey? Alright.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yeah, but I'm
Perhaps
in
he
Chad.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire.
I noticed a lot of the dialogue cuts off. I wonder if... that's intentional. Like a lot of the dialogue just kind of cuts off at the end.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate,
What is it
beautifully
about this
constructed room.
place?
Stanley
The
simply
weeks
stood here,
I've
drinking
spent
it all
here,
in.
they feel like a mere second. By extension,
Yes, really, really worth it.
they might as well
being here in
not
the room.
exist. It is
A
the nature
room
of
so
the
utterly
room.
captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth.
It's a letter about how captivating this room is.
At this point, Stan is
Oh, you thought it was a streaming issue? No, it's not. It's just in the game. Maybe if I turn off VSync. So let me try that.
obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
And you
It's
were like,
possible
creepily.
that this is why everyone left.
I don't think there's an ending associated with this room, but I still want to read the thing. So
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue.
just your hole.
But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What I say to lounge is spoken to me, yes, but it's a cryptic tongue, crafted specifically for the very communication sound. It's very scratchy, so I can't really read it. Suppose I shall move on. Coffee nut, I hate it.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
Indeed.
And took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
You said to disobey, so I'm committing. Full disobey. This room is a little different.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you were lying right now, stop. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, 1,000. Penalty for jumping off. Oh, God. Man. That was a huge stutter. Weird that it stuttered.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Indeed.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Too
Someone
bad.
you've
Suck
forgotten.
my ass.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
I love this
Give me a
ending.
chance.
Maybe. I'll give it a little bit longer. Maybe the game's just feeling it out, you know? Because I've had that happen before, where it's real stuttery at first, and then it kind of chills out, you know? Wait, isn't this where... Oh. Maybe not?
Now listen carefully, this is important.
All right.
Stanley walked through the red door.
All right.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah, I see. See, I have a 2560 by 1440 monitor. That's usually what I do.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yeah, but I'm a gamer, so I already knew the blue one was back here.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley.
Oh, yeah.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want
Hell
to
yeah.
find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
I love this fucking ending. Yes.
You see? There's nothing here.
Yes.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map.
Love
because
it.
you were never supposed to be here in the first place. broken rooms, exposed developer textures? Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Admittedly, shouldn't this
You
look
would think
different?
I put a lot of time into that, because I did.
Because it's not on
And in the end,
source.
it was all for nothing. Because
Like, these are
this is what
source
you wanted to
walls.
see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
I could go with a skill
Tell you
tree.
what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Yeah. Well, sure, they're able to take the sound effects and stuff, but to really sell the point, though, shouldn't they use Unity blank textures? Sorry, there was a spot on my monitor and it was bothering me. So I don't think taking those doors matter. Doesn't he just teleport you back anyway? So let's go. Oh, door closed on me like immediately. Fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'm gonna give you a 5.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something.
Yeah.
Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
Yes.
You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Isn't this, is this real, I wonder? Because obviously I'm not Stanley427. So I wonder if everybody else are actual characters or if it's just memeing. Friends list empty. He's so rude. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. A dead rat. Probably just memeing. Probably.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'm gonna give him a 1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a
Just
lovely
ignoring the number,
opportunity
alright.
to give it some play testing.
Alright.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sure.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Is this what I think it is?
In
Oh,
this
it
game,
is.
the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Alright.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
Oh,
But
fantastic.
of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I don't think I'm gonna play this for 4 hours. I maintain. Should I let it die? Because I know a lot of stuff changes and you get more buttons and it gets exciting and, you know, after you've played it for like 4... I'm just gonna let it die. After you've played it for like 4 hours.
You heartless bastard.
Living life.
Did you do it because you hate babies or
Yes.
purely to spite me?
Also yes.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think
I
of a
only want to
single
play
thing
this for
that
4
might
hours.
improve the
4 hours
experience for me.
later.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
Yeah, let's
Just to
go.
ease the pain.
Yes.
Let's see. What do we have here?
This is my favorite. Let's go.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Let's go.
Aha! Fascinating.
What?
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
Firewatch?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic.
It's not Minecraft and Portal anymore.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the
What?
experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Who firewatches the Firewatch? The what? The picture of the dude, the high school S. What? I thought he was from Oregon, not Wyoming. Dude. I remember playing Firewatch. That was a long time ago. Oh, wow. This is not at all like the... I expected Minecraft. I wanted the narrator build me a house. Lo and behold, he did not. I haven't played Firewatch. What's it about? Okay, so essentially you're this dude. His wife has... I forget what she has. But it requires her to be put... either to have someone take care of her or to be put in a nursing home. He puts her in a nursing home because they were having problems before she went crazy. And well, I shouldn't use crazy, but you get what I mean. So he moved out here in the middle of nowhere in the wilderness, and his job would be to watch for fires. And while you're here, you discover like a big mystery, and you talk to the person in that tower there, all the way over there. And there's like a budding romance, and it's sweet, and yada yada yada, you know. It's fun. Definitely not for everybody, because it's more of a narrative experience. You just kind of go where it tells you to go. And, you know.
No, it can't be.
What's the problem?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off.
Oh.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Oh, you cut me off from the porta potty?
Now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be...
Why do I feel like he's gonna put me in like a horror game? Gonna put me in fucking Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
It's not what I expected.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
So it changed it from Minecraft and Portal, both of which were really cool, into Firewatch and Rocket League. That's so weird.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it
Yeah.
better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but
terrifying.
if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Am I meant to
I'm
jump
going
down the
try it
hole?
out. Here comes another ball.
I feel like I'm meant to jump down the hole.
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Going for it.
Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Gaming.
More. Hold on. What are you doing?
I didn't mean to do that.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. You still have so much.
I actually didn't mean to fall. So that's a bummer. I actually wanted to stay and listen to the dialogue and stuff. I almost kind of want to restart and go back. Let's see. Oh wait, I'm supposed to... Yeah. Yeah, see, now we're in classic. This is what it used to look like. Oldie. Then I believe halfway through the hallway. Maybe not. Okay, maybe I don't remember anything about this. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned
Agree.
the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
That's incredibly dark. Alright, well, we're back. Is there another ending?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. That's new. I have to pay attention to the computers. Lest I miss, one that is awaiting input.
When Stanley came to a set
But I
of
agree, they
two
should have
open
added a
doors,
console.
He entered the door on his left.
Even if it has to be like a fake console, you know? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right. And I'm going to go to the lift. And I'm going to choose the other option.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he
I
wanted
would
to
go
stop
back
by
to the
the
Rocket
employee
League
lounge
thing, but I
first,
feel like...
just to admire it. Wow. Yes.
I feel like it doesn't matter and you would have
But
eventually had to do that
eager
anyway.
to get back
I don't
to
remember.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It's been a long time. I could go all the way
Stanley was
back
so
there,
bad
but...
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Let's go.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've got.
I could jump off and die, but
here.
it's not
I'm
worth
not
it.
your enemy, really. I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Oh, yeah.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, don't worry, I'm too much of a Chad.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one...
Those are UK plugs.
Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley.
Wait.
You're a real person.
The cord has a messed up shadow.
I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices.
Looks perfect
And to
like
think I've
that,
been
but
letting
otherwise...
you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
To be fair, I
Or
just
did you
unplugged the
not
phone.
grasp the severity of the situation?
Not even the
Well, I
right kind
won't
of
have
socket.
that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Should have been a phone
Please
socket.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh, I love this video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Yes.
But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do
Why
you
8?
make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back.
Uh,
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
I think it's cool that
But
some of
not
the
to worry.
models
Now that
changed.
you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're
Danger,
going to
danger
revisit
everywhere.
a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
there's
We know
fences
your
now.
choices are meaningful. We can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Jump.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Through here, it's just that one room base so far. Also, yeah, I've noticed no more stutters. So I guess the game really did just need a moment to wake up or something.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Yes.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
No! Just the way he said no. What if I do it again? No? Alright, fair enough. We're gaming.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work.
You'll
Why?
be fine.
For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's
Termination Tuesdays?
And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Yeah. I was actually about to say, doesn't it, like, not work?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
It kind of seems like you
think
messed
that
it
would
up
be
by
funny?
restarting it.
You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Is this how this ending went? Actually, hang on just 1 second. I think the app might have died. Generally, it says disconnected from chat. Hang on. Suppose it doesn't matter. It'll be fine. I don't think it disconnected. Anyway, I don't remember the ending going this way, but I'm obviously not gonna go left.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite
Whenever it
sure
does that,
you'll be up to
I'm
the
briefly
task.
scared the
Just
monitor just
follow
like
my
turned
lead and
off.
you'll be fine. All right.
Stream buffered for a bit? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I was just checking to see if my
Stanley
internet was
came to a
dying.
set of 2 open
Because it
doors.
happens.
He entered the door on his left.
But I think it's fine. So, obviously I'm going to go right again.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley
Oh, okay.
would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
So I have to go
All
left. All right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Gaming.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Get
up to
Chris
his
out of the
boss's office,
broom
hoping he
closet.
might find an answer there.
Papers are too synergized. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Just looking for fun stuff. Ah.
Coming to a staircase,
Oh, yeah, 'cause
Stanley
you
walked
can't
upstairs to his
deviate.
boss's office.
When you do it this way, because it sends you back. No, maybe not. No, it does. It sends you to the first game's office, right?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Oh, what?
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley
Business
wondered in
strategy? What the
disbelief
fuck?
who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions.
Yeah,
And beyond all
now I remember.
probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Yeah, I remember because Stanley can't talk.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Very high definition on the little screen there for as old as this.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
A small one.
You didn't mishear me, did you?
No.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I tried.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously.
Does he?
If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
I
You
did.
could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, yeah. This ending's actually really cool.
Stanley? Hello?
If a little dark as hell.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
He looks like
Whatever
Lin
choice you make is just
Manuel
fine. You're both
Miranda.
correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together.
Stanley, I
I'll
mean.
accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
So sad.
Take as much time as you need.
Yeah, don't I become the narrator in this ending? Which, again, is very sad.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So this time, let's go answer the phone, I guess. I'm tempted.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
I was there.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
That's what I'm playing now.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside.
Wait, hang on. I do need to check. Doo-doo-doo. Just checking a few things. Noticed a few new tags on the game, and I want to make sure I'm not about to be welcomed to any horror or anything. Oh, dang. Yeah, go ahead. Go to bed, man. It's weird because you're a good 2 hours ahead of me. But yeah, rock on, go to bed. Oh, dang. You went to Crate on holiday. Wild. Is it fun? Sorry about the headphones causing you a headache, by the way.
Inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Not a lot to do besides look at the sights. But why'd you go to Crate?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
This kind of reminds me of the first,
Let's do it.
the OG Source one. I think there was an elevator scene like this.
I have to say, initial
Ah,
impressions of Stanley
family
Parable
invited
Ultra
you.
Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Content.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, they turned jumping back on. For this. Can't believe Stanley Parable is jumping now. We didn't know there wouldn't be much to do here. You'd think you'd ask the family, be like, so what do you do there? Wait, really? That was it?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
True, it's only been a day. You know what? That's a valid point.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's
you don't know if they
hours of
knew
new
either.
Content right there.
Oh.
Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
So-
the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours.
So they didn't
of
know
new
before they
content.
invited you,
And
or?
oh wait, there's more. Very good.
Anyway, I should stop
Yes.
asking you questions.
I knew there had to
You
be
should go to bed,
something
man.
else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Ignore me.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it.
Nah,
In
dude,
fact,
I got to
I'm
jump.
looking
That's
right
worth
now
it.
at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Okay.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
All right.
What do you say, friend?
Yeah, sure. This is wrong. You lied to me.
Come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. Didn't expect it to load on me. Alright, good night, Ryuk.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
Okay.
So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, we got an award? Oh, good shit. The Last of Us. The original remake. Yes. Dude. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Oh my god. That's good. That's funny. I like that. I'm gonna take a picture of that. the first dollar. I don't remember the demonstration. I never played the demonstration. Side don't play for 5 years. Yeah, well, they were both possible, were they not? Obviously this one, but this was possible somehow. Because people have it, you know? So there's a way. Nominee for game innovation? Really? Good shit. Good job, guys. Good for them. Hey, that's one of the endings. The madness one. I can't remember how to get it, but it's an ending. In loving memory, little Stanley. That's so sweet and sad. Hang on. I can't crouch and take a screenshot, so it's gonna take a faraway screenshot. That's so sad. Oh, is that the piano that's playing? Hilarious.
Je suis dans la memory zone, c'est sur la pluie de l'eau, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph
10 out
of
of 10.
games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable
God.
strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Good.
It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all.
What's it?
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Well, it's not gone.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
More like 10 minutes of new elevator content, but sure. Oh, the portal bit? See? The mind control facility. Oh, his Minecraft house. I loved it, dude. The original remake? What's down here? But what about the original remake? Person of the year. Oh, which way should I go? I'm gonna go the. All right, I'm gonna go this way. Hmm. Door closed. All right, so I have to go this way. No, I'm committed.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both
Repeatable
a
carpet
richly
texture.
stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game.
Okay, see,
9 out of 10. Don't
you're
you
gonna
get it,
concern me.
Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't
'Cause-
need anything else. It didn't need new content.
Because the last one's 10 out
It
of
just
10.
needed to be left alone.
Now this one's
to
9.
spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
See, why do I feel like I'm gonna... I feel like the next one's gonna be an 8 out of 10. Okay, so this door opened, but it's the serious room. Screenshot. Am I not meant to go in there? Because I don't really see a way. Is it just meant to show off the serious room and the fact that you can't get there anymore? Because I don't really see any other... Oh no, there's a way to... There's a little turn area. So there has to be a way to remove those boxes, right?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Oh, I have to go down here. Oh, the door was closed before, and now it's open.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Don't know, it's in your house, so... Ooh.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Aren't those
I
good?
haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Well,
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Well, I think most of them were. I think the game is mostly positive.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with
Well,
his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
But there's one that says recommended right here.
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
But there's one...
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
All right, so I'm getting okay. So I'm getting the feeling this is going to be a pretty dark turn here. Let's say there weren't that many negative reviews, were there? It was mostly positive. See, there's another positive.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't.
If you didn't like linear games, why did you play
What
this
an
game?
awful memory to have to hold on to.
The game that's entirely narrative.
To my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Aw, come on.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Nah, it was a great game.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
You can run by
There
most
was a skip button.
spots.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
But I don't...
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley.
But...
yes, a skip button we shall have.
No, but what you've misunderstood, that I don't want a skip button. He wanted a skip button. Pansy ass, but I don't want one.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past. It's what the players have been asking for, and
No.
I'm very proud to have delivered.
Hang on, I have to alt-tab. It's starting to skip a little bit again, and usually an alt-tab fixes that.
No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And
What?
if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
But no.
Oh, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up.
No.
Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
Are these
Which is
randomly
why
generated?
I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet,
So I have to press the button.
until 200. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes
But I didn't want
and
to skip
lengthy
you.
ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
It was not.
that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Okay.
So my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice.
Okay.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choice, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time.
All right, now you've
by
started to
virtue
lose
of the
me.
fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
Okay.
But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history.
Manifesto does sound better than treatise.
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation.
Okay.
And I do find myself in this situation frequently.
Please don't tell me it's a skip.
I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other,
Oh.
in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Okay.
Treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this. And
Is that their actual Steam name, I wonder?
Of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
You can.
I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Agree, we didn't need
I
this.
have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review.
Well, you already
Merely
can.
because of this very situation. Yes,
Of course.
I think that's quite likely.
Definitely.
Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review.
They wouldn't
so
do
that
that.
the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial.
To their
Something
godlike
along the lines
powers?
of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe?
Okay.
Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time.
You've gone very
The additions
artsy.
and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
That seems bad.
Unendurable by any means, but it's...
Where's the door?
There's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah, the door's gone.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
There was.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How
there a door back
else
here now?
would we have gotten into the room in the first place?
No.
I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window, or something like that. Do you
Indeed.
see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall?
See a bad
I'll take any
fan.
of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button.
Agreed,
Was
I
it
didn't want it in the
before,
first place.
Wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
Try.
Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any
Yeah.
option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door
Bang.
of some kind. I can work with any kind
Bang.
of door as long as it can open and lead from one
Bang.
room to another. I'm
Bang.
going to step away for just a moment.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to find us a door.
Okay.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise.
Well, don't you have,
You just need to not do anything. Don't
Okay.
press the skip button.
Okay.
Please, please. Please do not press the skip button. Just
Okay.
wait here for me, and don't press the skip button.
You got it.
Got it?
Yes.
Yes, good.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Hell yeah. So I'm supposed to press the skip button, right? I'm gonna do, say, 5 laps around the fence. If he's not back by then, I'll press the skip button. Yeah. Sorry, my wife is texting me. How many laps was I on? I'm gonna assume that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Yeah. I might have to be right back because I think she's freaking out a little bit. I'll do one more because I forgot to count, and then all right, that was definitely 5. So I'm gonna commit.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer.
A lot longer,
God,
too.
There's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle.
We'll
I've
just
checked
add a new
every
door.
one of those walls 1,000 times.
We'll just, like,
and there's no door, Stanley.
clip a new one
There's
in.
no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen.
Well, that's what you
have
did
no
when I
idea
kept
how long I'll be
disobeying.
made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
Well, I don't even want to press the button.
I can't control anything.
Don't give me a
Stanley.
choice.
I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking.
Because the game won't give me a
I
choice.
don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me?
Exactly.
I've never even met Cookie Nine.
Exactly.
I have no idea who they are.
Yes.
What would it ever really matter? But
Yes.
here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child.
I wouldn't
Wild and
be that
impulsive.
harsh.
I can't help myself.
That's
I
a little
can't
harsh.
stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to
Still
alter
harsh.
and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment.
See, yeah, I'm not on board with
What
that.
does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this?
Cookies.
And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone.
Well, can't you go somewhere
I
else?
have
You're like the
power to
god here,
prevent
aren't you?
All from happening, if only
Not
I
like
held
literally,
my
but-
tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you.
So,
Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here, and surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
And it's doing it again. Just have to hold tab for a second. And then it kind of deals.
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
It occasionally
Why was
skips
so
and
important
starts
for me
cutting
to
the
fix
dialogue
the
off.
problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine.
Alright, now it's repeating,
I have
so
no
let's game.
idea who... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Quite dark in here.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close.
What's the
Because
blinking red
I know
thing? I
you
don't like that.
can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in.
I'm
These
here.
words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me.
Again, I did
Because
not
maybe,
need this button.
Stanley, maybe if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I
fiction?
scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying.
This is very dark.
I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Why don't you just get rid of the button? You spawned the button, get rid of the button. I really don't want to press the button.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months, I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible.
This is making me incredibly uncomfortable.
The equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, We require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment.
I wonder if those reviews actually exist.
How good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be that they were so discontent with
How long
themselves
was I gone,
they
I
couldn't
wonder?
help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be. The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Repeating the tagline of the game over and over again, that's not horrifying at all. How long has it been? I mean, it's very pretty, but nature is reclaiming. Oh, that would mean it's been hundreds of years. Well, how? How did you... How did something reclaim the plants? If that makes sense. We're crooked. Right, because right outside this room was the memory zone. It used to be a lake. Well, suppose I just walk. Isn't the narrator meant to be like outside the room though? You know? Yeah, okay, so let's return to some more lighthearted fun. let's because I think there's like another route in the new content area. Let's go back to some lighthearted. And we're gonna go back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, okay.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So I'm not back yet. Because all the TVs are saying the end is never. Oh, yeah. Not horrifying. Not at all.
When Stanley came to a set of two
I'm gonna-
open doors, he entered.
I'm gonna
the
hold
door
off on the
with
new
them.
stuff. That was very terrible.
This was not the correct
gonna go
way to
answer the
meeting
phone
room,
now.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Take a small break.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'll go back to the new content after experiencing the phone.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Because I remember
Stanley,
most of these
think
endings,
perhaps
but...
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Oh, that one
I'm
was...
not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
Ugh.
that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do.
Okay, can we hold off on the brightness?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
But I didn't get milk.
All right.
Or,
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn.
That's fucked up.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm
Damn.
trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Good.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
What? If you could always do that, again, you're like God, so like... whatever.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Great start. G.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Why does the oven have a bunch of cabinets on it?
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his
Why is
own
my
job.
desk in my house?
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Who would that excite?
So he went further.
Wait, what
He
boys did I
imagined that
spend
he
time
came
with?
to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Fair dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls.
Spoilers.
And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many
Yellow
directions.
lines, yeah.
And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was
Do I
such
have
a
kids?
wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again. And
So
then
far,
again,
I see
and
the robot
again,
woman.
over and over,
More like a
wishing
mannequin, I
beyond
guess.
hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path.
This is very
Mustn't there
dark.
be? Perhaps if he played
Also-
just one more time. But there is no answer.
All right.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing
Stanley
is
told
pushing
his
the
wife he
same
loved her,
buttons he
and
always
she
has.
fucking- she
Nothing has
left.
changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he
He
gets.
left with the kids,
the
so
more
no.
he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer.
That's 'cause
That
he
as
locked
long
me
as
in
he
my
remains
house.
Here, he's slowly
With a
killing
big
himself.
ass desk.
But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. I feel like I'm not given a choice.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
See, we're back at the room now.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Okay.
And I tried again,
This is very dark.
and Stanley pushed a button.
I don't think I can do
And
that.
I tried.
Apparently I can. I was wrong. Stanley dies on command.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Pretty sure I was.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
See? Well, now I'm gonna do another lighthearted ending. Because that one was super fucking dark too. So I'm gonna try out a different one. No, I'm not going in there yet. I'll be back though.
When Stanley came to a set
To
of
the
two
right.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
There's one more
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
option
just
this
to
way that I
admire
haven't
it.
done.
Standing now in this incredible room, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Agree.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Indeed.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Back through here?
from here, it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
It's just back the way I came back up the elevator.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No, 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 no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding?
Where's
It's
mine?
all rubbish now. The whole story.
Oh yeah, I'm still there.
Unusable.
Okay, cool.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Because that was an easy
Stanley
version.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Easy ending.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
Apparently
Everything
not.
should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley,
Well, there's like
did
6
you
doors.
change anything when we were back in that
2,
room with all the
4,
monitors?
6,
Did
yeah.
you move the story somewhere or...
Oh, 7
Hold
again.
on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
That's what I'm
It was
saying.
right here just a minute ago.
Do your
I'm
job.
sure that it's here somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, then. It's an adventure.
All right.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. It seems bright. I really thought I had something going there.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can
Well, I just don't know
promise
where to
you
go.
There definitely was a story here before.
Right.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Kind of seems like he didn't have a choice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right. No new content again this time.
Okay, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong.
There's no doors.
It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
Okay.
Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
All right.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Feels very Left 4 Dead.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yay.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
I resent
Some
that.
people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Sorry. Yo.
All right, I've got a solution.
I love this one.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Yeah.
Just follow the line.
Yeah.
How simple is that?
Solitaire? Bad. You're not supposed to be saying solitaire at work. Not like I blame him. Just saying it's bad.
See? The line knows where the story is.
The line
It's
TM?
over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Destiny.
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Okay.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
A little.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
I feel like you've gone too deep.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I love how they kept the music the same.
Cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Okay.
You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. I mean, how detail-oriented do I need to get with it? Ooh. I don't know if they changed this ending at all, so, like, how much detail do I need to go in? I'm gonna assume that's good. I'm gonna assume I'm good.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right?
TM.
The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Is the line sentient, or?
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us?
To be
After
fair,
we trusted you.
technically at the
Everything
story.
we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Alright.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right?
Sure.
Why can't we make up our own story?
Probably.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
Okay.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
Right now it's
Whatever it
looping
might be,
hallways.
Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
TM.
We should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Lovely.
From here, the story is in our control.
All right.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Okay.
Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
What?
So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
Well, if you opened them, I
Since
could.
the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I'm not sure you can say we had logic in that one.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind
Find a
goes
bookstore,
blank
get bored, and
simply because
leave.
it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
I get the feeling that...
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it?
I get the
Did we break
feeling
cycle?
it's not going to let
The,
you choose.
Whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
I'm pretty sure
So, okay.
we're just going to get restarted.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
I guess.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always
Mixture.
saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, he did forget, to be fair. So the schedule is not off. There's one of these that's supposed to disappear and there's supposed to be a dude. Right?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Is it this one? It's one of the leaf ones. I know it's one of the leaf ones. Supposed to be down this hallway.
Yet there was not a single person here.
Now, we've been in this room before.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yeah. Gaming.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Nah, gaming. Yo, TF2 wrench.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Not empty.
No reason to still be here.
There are things in here, like the TF2 wrench. Pretty high poly one, too. No, poly's not what I'm thinking
It
about.
was
High texture.
baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Gaming.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Hey.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Gaming. My only answer. That's a staple gun. No, that's a hot glue gun, isn't it?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Broom closet. Not a very well kept broom closet, is it? You guys need to
Maybe
clean
to
in here.
you this is somehow its own branching path.
Paint the walls.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
The broom closet
I hope your
ending.
friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Aw.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
That's rude.
That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Still rude. No reason. No reason. We were chums.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet,
Yes.
explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
Has to be.
And you collapsed on the keyboard.
Definitely.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Agreed.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I wonder if there's dialogue for if you actually do step out in the hallway. Oh, you're alive, or something. Or is that it? Do I have to leave now? I stare into the light. I guess that's it.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. Fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
You too? Unbelievable. No, nothing this time? Alright, alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a
Would he?
competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
That would be a
His
weird thing.
boss would think he was crazy.
Agree.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
I mean, agree.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
Yeah.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
What's her car?
At last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Definitely.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
Yeah, but I'm still
How
in
was
the
he remaining so lucid?
still in
And
the
then
office
perhaps
room.
the
So
strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming
watched
about
Pinocchio,
a voice
loser?
describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite
Shouldn't he be a little bit
shocking
more
to Stanley.
concerned?
After all, he knew for certain beyond a doubt
Because the dude said it
that
was a
this
dream.
was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make
And
the
now the voice
magical
is saying it's
stars
not a
just a
dream.
moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that?
Wouldn't you just
this
distrust
voice
the
was
voice?
a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Fantastic.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this
The
one.
eye slits are too small. I can't see where to go.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream.
I was going to keep going, but I can't see through the eye
Let me
the
go
eye
back
slits.
to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
There are tiny eye
Please.
slits.
It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
Wait, is Stanley
All I
actually
want
married or
is
not?
My life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I walked into a wall.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name
Stanley
is Stanley.
began
I have a
screaming.
boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
I forgot how dark some of these endings were.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Fantastic.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
I'm not sure that's the
Then she
takeaway.
remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Well, you didn't. Why wouldn't you call 911?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Future Happiness. What? Why would a place called Future Happiness Foundation sell boxes?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, there's 2 more endings I want to get before I go on to the
Yet there was not a single person here either.
new
Feeling a
content.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Wait, so he didn't get
hoping
the
he
broom
might
closet
find
ending?
an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I would do the Seth Rogen laugh if I could, just to make fun of Seth Rogen. Give up. I shall move on.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hell yeah. Oh. I thought this was locked. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Cool. Gasparino, what is this? Never done this one. Gonna go up or down? Oh. Let's go up. Is the narrator singing with the elevator music? So it doesn't actually go anywhere? What? It's wild. It's so wild. Yeah. There's an ending that...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I fucked up.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh. What? 2, 8, 4, 5.
Stanley just, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Dark.
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Down. Oh, so, okay. Never mind. This is the elevator I was thinking of when I mentioned the new content. Or when I was doing the new content.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Did I?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Commit, don't quit.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Commit, don't quit.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
Yes.
And willingly confront his death.
Commit, don't quit. That's what the cool kids say. I committed. And I didn't quit.
As the machine whirred into motion,
Didn't these used to be
and
the
Stanley
Half-Life
was inched
machines?
closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story.
What bigger
Trapped
picture?
forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Nice mashers.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
What?
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Where?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Entertainment, I would assume. Oh!
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
I remember this room.
death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
The office layout.
Do you see that Stanley was already
paintings.
dead from the moment he hit start?
Office computers. The office. I don't remember this part. Button sounds. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Naturally, the credits. I think it's a little different from how I remember it. Maintenance room. Yeah, Warzone. Yeah, it never actually happened, but so cool. Kind of surprised they put this directly in. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we initially planned to use these for promotional material, we never found the perfect use. Here are emails. Lounge. Stanley's office. The first was created in 2011, the second in 2012, the third in 2013. Oh. Game design mock-up. This is a level that is an audition piece. Oh, so they had it all dilapidated at first. Okay. Countdown room, which I hate. Monitor room. Freedom ending in the beta. Yeah. And that's obviously the exit over there, so. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Fortunately, very few players realized. Oh, my bad. Zending? The screenshot... Oh. Looks kind of like a Portal ending. Zending levels. Oh. The Zending model. 4th version of the ending. We thought it was complete. Oh. I don't remember a room for the Zending. The apartment timer. Timer will give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. The cargo lift. The cargo lift. The meeting room. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways. This is a lot more in-depth than I remember it. Maybe that's just me. I remember it being much less in-depth in the original Parable. For this portion, I mean. Specifically the portion that is literally just, this. Boss's office. Oh, dang. How pretty. Go lounge. Underground.
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you?
Nice. Voice actor for the narrator is so good, too. I feel like the voice actor for the narrator, I've sadly already forgotten his name. I think it was Kath or something. I feel bad. I forget so easy.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Fair enough.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it.
Live
Don't
like
let time
Larry.
choose for you. Don't let
Living like Larry just gets...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, my awaiting input monitor. I need that. And now because I ordered 14,000 fucking happiness friendship boxes, I'm stuck away from it. Hopefully that doesn't reset me. Oh god. No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I did. I'm being a good boy.
Yet there was not a
A
single
few endings I
person
won't
here
do.
either.
Like the
Feeling
fucking the
a wave of
whiteboard.
disbelief,
The whiteboard
Stanley
ending.
decided to go up to his boss's
I'm not doing
office.
that one.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office,
You little bitch.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
No, you know what? I tried to jam at first. I'm not into it. This music is bad. Used to, though, it used to be a lot easier to get through this door.
And rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Because there's an ending where you give it a hard psych and the doors open, and then you kind of get between them before they close. And then you're able to go back. Maybe they removed it? Because I'm struggling to get through the doors.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yep, we're gaming. Wow.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Well, why is this
Did he
already
have
on?
the strength to find out.
Well, why is it already on whenever you come through the air or whatever? Some of the endings I've forgotten about, but...
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of
mine.
so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Right.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well, I looked away. But no, I was wrong anyway. Yeah, whatever. Is this another one of those? No. I don't remember, but there was an ending to get back there. If and I do recall.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Pretty sure there's a way to get all the way back there.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
Don't care that
accept
much.
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
Never.
unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, there are a few endings that I wasn't super impressed with that I probably won't do. Like the on one where you have to go around pressing all the buttons, so I'm not gonna do that one. It's too much trouble. I do want to do the awaiting input one though.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Admittedly.
He had defeated the machine.
You were mind controlled.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Then suddenly you weren't.
Freedom was mere moments away.
Wouldn't you be very, very concerned?
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Hell yeah.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. and that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin,
So
the
pretty.
feeling of liberation.
I don't know where this is meant to
The
be.
immense possibility of the new path before
Still very
him.
pretty.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Yeah.
And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game. It's weird that that's the only ending you get beat the game from. I'll actually be right back. And then we'll continue from there, but I will be right back. Tell you what, it's roasted in here. Boiling. Sweltering. Whatever other word. Various other words meaning
All of his co-workers were gone.
hot.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
All right.
simply missed a memo.
Wait, hang on. Computer, I need this one.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, so the last one is... Where's the
When
last one?
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Isn't it? Hang on. I was right. I remember being able to turn off all the lights in heaven. No, they're turning back on. No. I was going to turn them all off. Oh, man. Yeah, whatever.
how wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
Well, that ending was done.
This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I guess I've done just about everything. Because there are a few more endings that I didn't do. Like, the narrator paradise ending. And the, button room ending. But I think
Oh,
I'm
good. You noticed my
I think I'm
sign.
mostly good.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Really, I already went through this, so shouldn't it? Oh, so it did. Okay. It did skip. Goody.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
The end is never the end.
Yes,
again.
you see, isn't this far
For two,
superior to
sir.
a measly re-release
Two.
with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
Investor
It could go in
showcase?
so many different
Two.
directions.
The
This
line.
is what fans have truly been
TVA
asking
two
for.
tweet. Are they various words for two? Taste the sequel. I love it.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Sure. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Boring sections of the car. Cool red section of the car. They're back. 2 doors. Logo ideas. I kind of like number 5. Parable 2. 2 pictures of ferns. Oh my god. More TSP, better TSP. Brick and mortar approach. Oh, fantastic.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Sure,
but
sure.
let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Sure.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
New feature. New it's a bust. I can't help but notice that I'm kind of the only investor. Can I put that out there? Is that okay to say? Oh dear.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Yes.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Of course.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind,
Cleared.
forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Jim.
Sleeping and waking as Jim.
Jim.
Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
Jim.
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And
Jim.
as Jim, watching
Jim.
your dreams crumble into dust.
Okay.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you
Sure.
really, truly Jim?
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact
My
of
bad,
this
I didn't know
button.
I'd be able to press-
Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first.
All right.
Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim.
Okay.
Playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim.
No.
Staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim.
Again, no.
Developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim.
Okay.
Rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim.
Okay.
And finally, dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim.
Jonestown
You
Massacre.
feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Time to drink the Kool-Aid.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was
Such a
you!
thrill.
The button
Yes.
described you! Do
Jim.
it again, do it again!
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise,
Jim.
soon you'll
Jim.
start to lose all sense
Jim.
of who you
Jim.
actually
Jim.
are.
Jim.
Oh, man. Can't be Jim anymore. Now I can't die surrounded by my fringe religious cult. To be clear, that wasn't an edgy, haha, religion cult joke. That was just...
I suppose I could allow
called it a
only
cult.
people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Ooh. Red is the new orange. Okay. Ray traced more of the same, but a good... Okay, fantastic. Jump circle infinite hole. Yo, merch. Let's go. I want to get the t-shirt is the best new feature t-shirt. The bucket. All right, we'll go there. This seems to go somewhere important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through there. Because that's where I was before anyway. So I'm going to commit. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Yeah.
Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
But epilogues are always good. Settings, World Champion, Infinite Hole, free achievement. Let's go for whatever's up here. Oh, so do I need that achievement before I can go in there? Infinite Hole is up, so not that way, I guess. Yay!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
Hell yeah.
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
What? No, just give me, just get me more jumps. It's not that hard. Too hard gym in the game. Yeah, I don't want to go through here.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Definitely happy 12th birthday, 17th.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
I see. Rude.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Yep, now it's too late. Now you have to cope. Huh?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh. Okay. Oh, that looks exciting.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Is the assumption that there is, in fact, a bottom?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
Oh, I see.
From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you
Just
put
the
this
two of
on
us.
me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why
Well, I
don't we
didn't.
just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite.
Sure.
If that works for you,
Yeah, that's
then
fine.
go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
Well, now you're
I'll
giving me a
just be up
choice.
here when you're ready.
I'm gonna wait. Where are there cigarettes in here? I still really like the just the two of us thing. Meeting at 2 p.m. Why is there two of those? Oh. No, never mind. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Alright. He's not saying anything else.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Fantastic. Well, let's go see him, why don't we? Can I? No. Alright, infinite whole scene. So we've gone there. Free, new plus easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. I'll actually tell you what. There seems to be a whole lot of stuff back here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the bucket. You know what? The bucket seemed like a big deal, okay? Big ass stairs, alright? Reassuring bucket. But you know what? I'm going to see the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Okay.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
I mean, it's a nice bucket.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I don't think it ever will be. So yeah, so I feel like the Settings World Champion one, I feel like that one's only allowed for the people, oh, that's the exit, I don't want to leave, for the people who have the achievement, and I don't, so, you know, mostly Infinite Hole, fine, it ended. New plus CC achievement, okay. Pull the lever, receive achievement, no more steps.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
There has to be a way. There has to be. I don't believe it. Hold on, there has to be a method. Because it lets me interact. Dang, alright.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Actually, can I go back? Still doesn't work? So disappointed. Ah, well. I suppose there is no getting that one. I'll probably look it up later. Can you find them? I don't know. Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
I didn't realize I was meant to be walking. I didn't think there was any floor, so I didn't bother, but... That's incredibly... terrifying. Is that
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I happen to disagree, I think. I guess we exit? Because I think that's everything. Unless there actually are Stanley statues.
All right.
In which case...
Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Oh well.
Ready to move on now?
Nice. Pretty nice artwork, I like that.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes,
Sure.
I know it's not exactly clear yet how
I mean, some of
exactly
them.
these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Okay.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
No.
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own.
They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Isn't that what you did?
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I like how there's settings. Just in a new... Okay, cool.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
Does this
number
change?
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
The balloons.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
Although now
frozen
it says
solid,
awaiting input.
Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
For Bucket Gaming.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
I love how
Let him have it.
I knew there had to be something different with the broom closet when it was open. Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Rum.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Rum.
Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Property of Stanley.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Please tell me there's another one. I'm willing to wait.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
Yeah.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies.
Remove it.
Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in.
Kill
I'll
it.
see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
No, you have to kill the broom closet. You have to remove it. Remove it from the world. Kill it. Kill it, and it's... I was going to say children, but I guess... Whatever.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah. I go with where my bucket leads me.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
The bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it.
Yeah.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Too interested in the bucket.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Yeah, but I'm with my bucket. I suppose I have to.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes.
Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Oh, yeah.
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I didn't
You
actually know
can't
these would
buy
be
that
here.
sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Fantastic. 2 out of 6. I wonder where the rest are. Wait, can I now go through every ending with the bucket? Oh no. I was kind of going this way because I
elevator
figured
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown
it had a connection because he kept mentioning the
It would
bucket.
be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Yes.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Yeah. The bucket knows me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Well, does that mean the bucket is capable of conscious thought?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
Buckets
Stanley
can't cry.
cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
I guess hold things.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket is my
But
friend.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Fantastic.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip.
Wait, is it really the
of the
same
evil
ending, just with the
mind-control
bucket?
machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
I was right.
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
But
No. Stanley can't leave this place.
But that's...
Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
But...
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
We could have a light
To be
on.
trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Interesting. It brought me back to like right before this choice.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes,
So it's just all the
Stanley
same
thought to himself.
endings,
Yes,
but with the
perhaps it
bucket?
truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Should I
But
jump?
Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'll commit. The bucket said to go up. That's where I'll go.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
So the room with the telephone. Yeah.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
What?
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
Well,
To
yeah.
see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket.
I trust
You
the
know,
bucket.
once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
I believe in the bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
A
Well,
little
I'll give it
shiny.
this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Right?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Jazz music.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
No.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. Oh no, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the
Oh,
bucket has
God.
to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
What the fuck?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by
What?
himself, and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
What was that?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's see another bucket ending.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah. No more dialogue?
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
That's actually why I stayed, because he said the
Stanley
bucket was
took the
wrong.
door
So I
on
was
his
like, oh, there
left
must be more
to go
dialogue.
back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay. See, this time I'm going to jump onto the railing.
Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up
What if
there
I
I need you to
unplugged
do.
the
Stanley did
phone?
not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because
I'm gonna jump
buckets
off
can't
first.
talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
It doesn't seem to be responding to this choice.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Fantastic.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, let's begin.
Let's go.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh. Damn it.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So, all the ones that are meant to... Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
The answer is going to be no.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Never mind.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
No, dude, it's just like a bucket.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? How it... How it...
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? How is it both? How is... Oh, okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
I'm on a higher plane than you
Do
are.
any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now.
Fantastic.
It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
Lovely.
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything.
Do it.
And we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Alright, so now...
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after.
Okay.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Alright, we're gonna go...
clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt
the
bucket
phone, and
calling
we're gonna
to him,
unplug it.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
I love
Go
the voice he
somewhere
does for the
else.
bucket.
The cargo.
Now.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Obey. You must obey the bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Let's go.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
Okay.
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Sure.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh,
I have.
in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit,
Oh.
with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
What?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
What?
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh,
Liberal
and
means.
then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny. What the
Good.
fuck?
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Hell yeah.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence.
What?
And who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles.
Why does
All
that
of
one
us
have
must
real
be
legs?
prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Lovely.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it?
No, it was
Well,
perfect.
No matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then.
Hang on, my
with that
bucket's
in
missing a
mind,
sticker.
I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic
This isn't the
delivery.
bucket.
Come along, let's head back.
This is a fake bucket. The sticker with the bucket on it is what signified that it was a bucket, remember? This is not a bucket. Fake bucket.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me.
Then why are we
Thank
going back?
goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Well, wait, how far are we going back? Because you told me the bucket spoke to me, like, farther ahead than this.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room.
But it doesn't.
What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
Oh, come on.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
So I have to go left.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done.
Why is there a
The
big
joke
ass
is
hole in
completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
No, that was good.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
No, that was...
No? Still not?
First one was better.
Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar.
No, that was good. That was good.
Getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Maybe you should be more dedicated to the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'm
Stanley
amazed they
decided
added a
to
new
go to the
ending
meeting room. Stanley picked
for the
up
bucket.
a bucket and smiled.
In
He'd
just
never
every
be
ending.
alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched
So
the
for
bucket
every
tightly
ending, I'm
to his-
gonna
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
get the bucket ending.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
I need
him
to
that
know
the
now.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
The bucket will do maintenance with me.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
The line.
We've come together here because
The
we
mannequin.
care about you very
My
much.
computer.
It's this
Pencil
bucket
sharpener.
you're carrying around everywhere.
And the baby.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter,
And the
Stanley.
broom closet.
Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I was gonna see
Look
staying
at that
still.
wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
So you cut
Don't
off the
you
music.
remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it.
Please
for
tell
the
me it
fans,
leads to another
Stanley.
bucket.
Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I
Okay.
think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
Surprisingly
It
high
also
def.
was not in the original game, but it's such a
Bucket
well-fleshed out
Destroyer.
character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I thought there would be a way to shut it down by interacting with the console, but I was wrong.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
I mean, it would do
I
it.
can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I stay committed to the bucket. What?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Well, now I kind of need to go do it again, but this time sacrifice the bucket. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Bucket.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Should I? Should I go No, I'm not going to sacrifice the bucket. Sacrificing the bucket will come last. There will be a reward. Okay, that's a little dark.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Damn. You disappoint me.
Coming to a staircase,
Woohoo.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We sure did.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had
Is this going to be the same?
His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms.
Oh, no, there we
Am
go.
I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Okay.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
It took my bucket.
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
I don't see any property of Stanley's.
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
What?
Stanley doubled over in agony.
Ow.
And blacked out.
Oh, alright. I passed out.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is the ending gonna be the same?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Yes.
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Bucket.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
All right.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Before I forget how to destroy my bucket,
he never functioned well by
I'm
himself.
gonna do the destroy
Where are we
bucket.
going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge.
I assume when I hit every bucket ending, the bucket disappeared.
Here it was. Had the bucket turned
Or
out to be
something.
correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
I wonder where he got
bucket
this
you're carrying
big-ass
around everywhere.
PNG of a baby.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Bucket.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but
Bucket.
you're spending too much time with it.
Bucket.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Hell yeah.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's
Interesting
do it for
laugh.
the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand
We're gonna
new
commit
character.
death to
This
bucket.
is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
Let's go.
True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't
Bucket
you
destruction.
agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Makes a bucket babies.
Go ahead now,
Death.
Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity.
I'm wondering if when it gets to
really
stage
like 10
3,
personality traits. What other object in this game
does
can
it
you
take
even
the bucket?
say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans stand.
I'm gonna skip the little ending bit, and I'm just gonna restart the game.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Actually, no, because it's a 427, but it's the sequel.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs. Some are both red and blue, so probably the room with the red door and the blue door. Private but smelly place. So the royal bathroom.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes,
I could take
think
that.
I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
3 out of 6. Oh yeah, the elevator that never went anywhere. Does it go somewhere now? Alright, I have to assume that.
Stepping into his...
Success. This is, in fact, the ending I was talking about. So the doors... They should be closing behind me, but oh well. Is it because I have the bucket? Is the... Oh, nope. Door's open. Hell yeah! You are now leaving. That's how you know we're living like Larry. Sweet pod, babe. Let's go. See, this is the ending I was talking about earlier. I'm going to have to assume it won't make me walk all 750 floors. As I recall in the OG, it like skipped, but I'm not seeing any skipped. I'm getting a little worried. Well, golly, this isn't how the original ending went. Oh, it's because I have the bucket. Can't believe the only way I was able to get that ending was with the bucket. Hey. It fits more than a bucket. Why didn't you just go with it? That was such a weird...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, the bucket's actually gone? Oh, shit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, the hallway looked off, but it just kind of ignored that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So what I'm going to do... Did I do it? No.
Okay, I think we all...
Oh, yeah. So essentially, I'm going to do it again. But this time with me. So it's kind of... I was just checking for a statue. So it's kind of established that the bucket left. So maybe now I can follow the bucket. That's what we call hidden, deep, primal skill. Oh yeah, we... Watch this not work. I'll be so disappointed. Is the layout even right for the door to spawn? Oh, indeed. So it just reset it to correct. Woohoo! So now I can follow the bucket. Assuming this makes a difference. For all I know, now that the bucket's gone, it's just... The bucket's gone forever now. I didn't even get to go through every ending with the bucket. Committed to the bucket too hard. Now we're gaming. I'll be honest, I kind of expected there to be no escape pod. Wait, really? It didn't even let me out, it just... Oh, what?
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was.
Bucket!
He hoped very much. And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
You're a dolt. Bucket window.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it.
we've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator.
Yes.
At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No! Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket.
What?
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power.
What?
I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
That's what's behind the window
All of his
ending?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Fucking
room.
why?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can't do the bucket this time. My poor sweet child. Actually, can't I? Hold on. No, I can't, because when I... Yeah, no, I can't, because when I go the route that I'm thinking of, it changes when you do the bucket.
This was not the
So I need to go
correct
this
to the
way,
meeting room, and
because I
Stanley
need to
knew
get the
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
figurine.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I don't know where the other two is, though. The other two,
But
actually.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Psych.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You were fired years ago, loser.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Need to go that way.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Just too busy gaming.
What? I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Figurine.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one?
I've kind of been won over by Figlies.
I'm sure it will come to me.
Figlies.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Right, we're gonna game, watch this.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Now I'll go through it.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Sure.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
To be fair, not bad. Not bad a room. Even if I don't like how fuzzy the lights are. Kind of hurts my eyes. Ooh.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh yeah, I remember this. This is a super dark one. I mean, I'm gonna do it for the ending, but I want to give him false hope.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Where's the Stanley figurine? The Figley.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God.
Where's the figurine, though?
You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Sure. Mostly because I'm a jerk.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Is the figurine really not in here?
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
I really don't like how fuzzy that is. Whatever. Back to gaming. Sorry, narrator. I really do wish.
Perhaps not.
I really do wish I could actually help you out. But, the game really wants me to do...
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Poor dude.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Poor dude.
Looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
He sounds so sad. I hate it. Feels bad, man.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Poor guy.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, what am I missing? Got a room with a lot of boxes and stairs. But I've been just about everywhere with stairs. So I'm really not sure on that one. Room with a lot of boxes. Room with a lot of boxes. Room with a lot of boxes. I'm not sure on that one either. Tell you what. I think I'm done for today anyway. Because I've been at this a little longer than I wanted to be. So, you know. We'll, I'll do that at another point. I'll continue it. Either on stream or off stream. I don't know. We'll see. In the meantime, hope everybody had fun. Appreciate everybody for being here. Oh, this is a little longer one, wasn't it? 4 hours, 45 minutes. I'll remember that. Fun game, though. Fun game. Went on too long, but fun game. Not the game, but the stream. I'll see everybody next time when we can do... Oh, it was stream ending. That whole time I was sitting here. That's a major bra moment. I'm so sad. Anyway. Peace out, dude.